Karen, just to be clear, you didn't do it.
We know who did it, Steve. We know. And we know who spearheaded this cover-up. You all know.
Yes, we do.
If John was beaten up and attacked in that house, who did it?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. And it's not for us to know. Somebody other than Karen is responsible for that, for the killing of John.
You are listening to the Roberta Glass True Crime Report, putting the true back in true crime. From New York City, Roberta Glass is now on the record. Good morning, Yala. Good morning, She-Fly. Good morning, Taterbug. Good morning, Tricks for Kids, Iowa. Did I say that? Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hope everyone has their cup of coffee and is ready for day 20 of Karen Read Trial 2. Devastating day for Karen Read yesterday. They play Karen Read's own words. There's a great video by Boundless Millennial, bringing up some things that I missed. It became so obvious when I saw this video. I was like, how more obvious can it get that what probably happened with that guy's LinkedIn, this is Shannon Burgess, the expert, is that he didn't update it. So he probably wrote expected graduation date and just never updated it. It wasn't that he lied, he just didn't update it. I mean, and what a way to tell that to the jury with that, they couldn't stop. They couldn't stop while they were ahead. They had to kind of hype up the Free Karen readers. And they brought up some other case where he put expected date and then he dropped out of the case for whatever reason. I don't know. So what a way to say that, like, he didn't lie on his LinkedIn page. He just probably didn't update it. So here is Boundless Millennial talking about some things that I guess I didn't talk about with the ARCA witnesses and how they're matching up and ignoring that time drift. Take a listen.
Oh, I've never seen an expert faceplant this hard before even reaching the stand.
Ding, ding.
ARCA didn't just get discredited by someone with an associate's degree. They got academically cremated before even opening their mouths.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Their report is a masterclass in fan fiction, riddled with misinterpretations, just like our favorite contortionist over at McNasty's, Rich Green. And this is what makes it so egregious. They purposely took timestamps from John O'Keefe's phone and Karen Read's phone and tried to pretend that the timestamps were from the Lexus infotainment system to deceive the jury. Because if you look at the times here, we know that she wasn't in the car in the middle of the night. The car was not on, but they're comparing her phone calls, which then synced into the Lexus once she started that car at the time from her iPhone, and used those times to say, look, they're only 1 to 2 seconds apart. It's not true. It's a farce. And they know this. It's intentional. And this is why their report came so late on May 7th. Because they were hoping nobody would notice that they Frankensteined all their timestamps so that they could shove a killer with no ass through a loophole. But he used a capital B instead of a small b, and he never updated his LinkedIn. I mean, it's one thing to have some typos in a report, but this isn't just sloppy. This is intentional misrepresentation of data. Arca tried to retrofit a timeline to exonerate a woman who got caught in a web of her own lies. And they got caught trying to duct tape two different devices into one false alibi. Karen Reed's rapid reverse event coincides with John O'Keefe never moving again and then getting colder and colder and colder. This has officially earned them a seat in the Forensics Hall of Shame, next to Rick Green at McNasty's. Enjoy the dollar drafts, bitches. Oh, I've never seen.
Okay. Okay. Just a terrible day for Karen Reed yesterday. Do we have anything else besides Court TV? Because I hate all the junk on the bottom. I was also watching, what was it? Local Boston news. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull it up in a different tab. And they were comparing they were saying Buchanan was so evasive when he was in a hostile cross with Alan Jackson, trying to walk him into a trap. And they were comparing it to someone on direct with Brennan. Like, that is such an unfair comparison. Let me see if I can show it to you. Hold on. It was unreal. It's like 5 days ago on NBC 10. I think it was here. Oh, yeah, here. Watch this. Look at this nonsense on NBC 10. This is how you shill for a killer.
Witnesses have taken the stand. One thing that's been noted is the way people are answering those questions, right? Some very straightforward, and others have been described as, we'll say, evasive. One of those is Police Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. So we want to play an example of some of his testimony compared to responses from a crime lab scientist.
So we're going to pair a crime lab scientist to a horrible police officer, since we hate the police. We're going to hype up the public to hate the police some more with a criticism of my man. You know, they better back off before they start criticizing my man, Iron Man, Yuri Buchanan.
Test.
Mission was to go through the phone to look for digital evidence that's related to the crime. The fact that he wrote no nude so far, I cannot comment on.
You cannot comment on, or you don't want to comment on?
I don't know what he was looking for in that specific time.
Did you do DNA analysis on the swab?
No, I did not.
Why not?
I don't work in the DNA unit, so that is the job of a different analyst.
And at some point, did you take that item that had been preserved and put it into evidence?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so those are just snippets, but the idea being that.
Let me show you the cross of someone in cross with a hostile, angry, hostile cross, talking about really issues of his former partner that got his former partner fired, that he obviously thinks is pretty revolting to get fired over, the trap that Karen Reed even got his personal phone, you know, the fraud that she did to get his personal phone. Let me ask questions about that and try to elicit emotional responses and try to get you to throw your partner under the bus. Let's compare those questions with very mundane questions asked in direct. Listen to the way these jokers answer, too. Now, one says, well, this is a little different. Why don't you show me? It's not apples and oranges. It's you know, the difference between like Marie Russell and a decent witness. I mean, come on. Let's compare something that's totally different and look and be like, look, guys, see the difference in the answers?
You know, one is rapid fire, yes, no, I don't. Another one is more labored, we will say. I'm going to ask both of you, but starting with Morgietta, jurors have to take note, I assume, of.
This is a defense attorney, of course. And O'Connell, who's a journalist, who's a free Karen reader.
How witnesses answer questions on the stand.
Absolutely. And all witnesses, their credibility is pretty much at the heart of any answer that they give. Not only what they...
Defense attorney. I'm going to show for the defense here and not point out a massive problem in your
say,
comparison
how they say,
here.
do they roll their eyes? Are their shoulders back? Are they standing up straight or sitting back straight? All of this is important to the jury because they come into the courtroom with their common sense. And you're supposed to analyze not only what they say, but again, how they say it. And if it comes off, the juror can take that testimony as not credible, meaning that it's evidence that when they go back into the deliberation, they can disregard if they really want to. So it's very important how they answer.
Was evasive a fair word for Buchanan in your view?
Well, listen, there were two other Commonwealth witnesses who were asked directly. Was Michael Proctor, the supervisor of the lead investigator, and they said yes. They didn't say, well, you know, it depends on this or that. Listen, Buchanan added at least a half a day to testimony. There's no doubt about it. And when you compare his testimony to these other state Commonwealth witnesses who on cross-examination answered yes, no, yes, no.
When you compare his hostile cross done by Alan Jackson with directs by state witnesses, it's way different. Why don't you compare his direct and his cross if you're going to compare anything? Oh, these people, they suck. Yeah, I agree. Excuse my language. My mom would be horrified. She would be horrified using that language. All right. Enough of that. That's all I have to say this morning. It sent me through the roof. Sue O'Connell, you're the worst. Our mainstream media, bunch of psychopaths. You know, I would go to trial, and I went to 3 trials. One about child predation and sex trafficking. That was Ghislaine Maxwell's trial. One about, you know, my alma mater, Sarah Lawrence College, the man who created a cult and trafficked the children, you know, the young children, the young people from Sarah Lawrence College for money and preyed on them financially, beat them. You know, it's really high emotion trials. And sometimes you just can't help it. You know, you just break down during the testimony. But I would look and I would be kind of, you know, holding back tears or trying to keep myself together through some of the testimony because it was so disturbing. And I would look over at the press and they would just be like no person there. No human being there, not having any reaction to some of the worst things you've ever heard in your life. I mean, you can go on, I will spare you the videos that we saw, but you can go on Court TV or Law and Crime and look up Larry Ray trial and the videos from those trials of him beating the kids and abusing the kids, starving them. Same thing in the Nexium case. I mean, Keith Raniere is so much like Diddy. Diddy might be I don't know. I haven't. Starving, isolating, keeping in isolation a girl for a year and a half in a room with nothing in it for the crime of kissing another guy. The press just had no reaction. No one was having any kind of feeling towards the testimony. It was a wake-up call, let me tell you. Let me pull up the Karen cam. I'll be back in a second. Maybe some music.
All right, Peter Tragos, the lawyer you know, agreed.
Into a high-profile trial, thirsty for attention and admiration. I'm the best expert in the entire nation. Get paid to lie by the hour. Making stuff up is my superpower. I see dog bites. I see dog bites. Just pay me and I'll tell you they are dog bites. Limp to the stand, decked out in polyester. Lay my lies on the court and let them fester. Oh, puncture wounds in the shirt. Testified to a great deal, I'm certain. Hell, they'll say anything. It's the prosecution that's got the burden. I'm the best expert that's ever been. Who else can testify to a dog bite by a canine without a chin? Don't need evidence to stake my claims. There's a lot of hounds in the world. One's got to be blamed. I'll do anything to get of my imagination. Call it a lie, I feign rightful indignation. Call the plumber, I got a rusty pipe. Hot water is not working, I'm starting a fight. Sure, it's a lie, but it's a little one. Gotta get my boyfriend under my thumb. John says he and his papa would have fixed it if only this broken pipe in real life existed. Causing pain and suffering is what I do best. Putting my boyfriend's patience through test after test. Richie, my imaginary plumber, is at Home Depot, hoping that story will get a rise out of my boyfriend and his libido. I'll arrive at the bar showing up late, make him angry right out of the gate. He's slow at feeling lovey-dovey, I'm downright twisted and scummy. I'll down many drinks and run him over after it gets late. Scream and cry, it's you, John, who I hate. Leave him to die in a blizzard, inflicting pain, I'm a wizard. Get Jen to call 911, have the whole town pointing fingers when it's over and done.
Okay, that was a little music this morning. You guys getting sick of these songs? Please hit the thumbs up. We had a good deal of people watching yesterday in here. It does help when you hit the thumbs up. Here, most people are watching on X. We had the majority of the people watching on X yesterday. Good morning. Let me see. Shannon Burge's testimony. The prosecution admitted, this is from X, admitted complex digital forensic data in a very... Okay, Shannon Burge's testimony. This is the forensic examiner from yesterday. The prosecution admitted complex digital forensic data in a very simple way that anyone on the jury could understand, regardless of education. The defense was able to effectively question the expert's qualifications, but not his findings. And it's a little hard to throw out his testimony when Karen Reed is affirming it in that. Let's look at that. Here's a good summation from X of the phone data. So at 12:23:59 to 12:24:07, there's a triggering event, a 3-point turn. There's a 12:24:38. They stop at the flagpole. 12:31. It's the beginning of the triggering event. And 12:31:43. Hope we're on the. There's a drift between the phone here. 12:31. So variance adjusted by 29 seconds. So 20. So they're moving it into phone time here. 12:32:04 to 12:32, 12 seconds. There's backing up, the final steps here. And at 12:33:14, phone in pocket state. Give you a little example. This is Court TV. Nothing doing here. Let's see what else I can show you. Here's Burgess describing those events.
3 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, how long, what window of data does it capture when there is a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure. So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So that the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone considering the variance?
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And that the opinion is that the text streaming, the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
Does that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah, so that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
But let's watch the real kicker from yesterday, shall we? Karen Reed's own words. Okay, hold on.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
For those in the back, I'll play it one more time.
I do. I mean, I'll tell you, John and I argued the morning of the 28th, Friday morning. So we think he died right around 12:25, 12:30 on the early morning of January 29th.
Well, they think. Strangely, she pinpoints the period right where he died. Unbelievable. Karen Reed can pinpoint that period right where he died. Unreal. All the free Karen readers are like, that's not what she said. It doesn't mean what it said she means. She didn't mean what she meant. She didn't say what she meant. And someone else wrote, all this is bullshit. O'Keefe was attacked by a dog and I couldn't help it. So this is what I wrote. I agree. The dog. With a picture. My boyfriend said that I went too far. Did I go too far, guys? Let me know. Did I go too far with that tweet? It's not about her looks. It's about her personality. Makes her a dog. Her horrible, sadistic, vengeful, psychopathic, dark personality. I mean, I just think it's remarkable that her father looks so much like Mr. Burns on the Simpson character. It's the only time when I really want to talk about looks in this case. Just think it's like a remarkable likeness there. Oh, thank you, Julia. Very generous of you. Gifted 10, count them, 10 memberships. Yeah, antisocial for sure. A. Donald. Julia gifted 10 memberships. They'll be passed out at random. Everyone who gets one, enjoy the new emojis, custom emojis that I created, and I think there's a couple. Maestro created a lot of them too. Created them. So there's No Traction Jackson, Justice for John O'Keefe with his badge number. There's a Hank Brennan one, and you're not allowed to make emojis with people's pictures. So we kind of tried to get around it in clever ways. So there's a shadow. Maestro came up with that one. It was really good. Shadow profile of Brennan with his doing this when he exposed Arca. Appreciate it, Julia. As you know, these live streams don't run commercials. They're not monetized, so I really appreciate everyone who supports these trial live streams. Yeah, thanks, Mo Freedom. Was it too much? Was it too much to say she was a dog? My boyfriend was like, "You should have just said, yeah, a dog without a chin." But it just goes off their, it just goes over their head. They can't hear the evidence. Oh, here, I'll show you Rockstar. Was this too much? Hold on. I'll show you 1 minute. Let me pull it up. It's on my feed. So someone wrote in response to me saying bombshell. I put up that clip of Karen Reed that Hank Brennan played last night. And someone wrote under it, all this is bullshit, meaning Karen Reed's own words are bullshit. O'Keefe was attacked by a dog. So I retweeted that. And I said, I agree, the dog. You see it? Am I showing it? Oh, there's a sidebar. And we're starting with a sidebar. Was that too much? My boyfriend said it was too much. Hey, Manning, good morning. Thank you. Yeah, that's what my boyfriend said. I should have said a dog without a chin. Bottom jaw. Hold on 1 second. I really, I don't want to talk about Karen Reed's looks. I really don't care about Karen Reed's looks. I just really meant her personality makes her the dog. Like I said, the only time I want to talk about looks is Daddy Reed's uncanny resemblance to Mr. Burns from The Simpsons. That I find remarkable. Yeah, I wish she had the person that. Good point, Julia. It's an insult to dogs. Yeah, I need to take it down. I love dogs. I love it. I like almost all animals except snakes, lizards, those kind of things. I wouldn't have a bird. I wouldn't keep a bird or a tortoise. I would love a dog. I was thinking about making a video on all the innocence fraud campaigns that have blamed animals. The West Memphis 3 blamed turtles. Michael Peterson blamed an owl. Here, they're blaming a dog. Just have to think about how I'm going to do it. And I wouldn't keep a ferret. There's a bunch of people at Sarah Lawrence who kept ferrets in their dorm rooms, and I did not warm to them. One girl kept a rat in her. Oh, she's supposed to be very smart, but I don't know. Sometimes they're just delays. This has been a much more on-time court than I've ever seen any other court be. Just the wheels of justice move slowly in general. No, that doesn't count. They have to be blaming the animal for the crime in order to get killers off. So you're right. There was an owl brought into it, but it has to be strict up saying this person didn't do it and animal did it. If you can think of any more where they blamed animals, let me know. Any other campaigns to get off killers that blamed animals? Those are the three that I can think of right now. They're bringing in the jurors. Here we go.
Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So,
Good point, Betty.
my attention that
Dogs
it is
and
going to
turtles.
be necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to don't speculate as to what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually. And the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether no filming. All right, send it back and we'll send it back. Thank you very much. Now I'll see counsel.
Oh no, some issue with a jury. We're going to go talk to the jurors one by one. What do you think it is? Oh man, are we headed towards another hung jury? We may have to go through this all over again. I think it may be the Commonwealth, Jennifer. Could be the Commonwealth with the way the problems that have been in this case have been people complaining, bragging that they got on the jury and they're free Karen readers. The last one at a bar bragging that they got on the jury even though they were a free Karen reader. Brennan looked like it was nothing needing addressing. Well, finally I hate the way she asks them every question. Did anyone do anything last night in front of everybody else? Who's going to say, yeah, I heard about that case, or my husband turned on the news and there it was and I had to leave the room? Who's going to volunteer that in the morning? Oh, by the way, there's a new feature here. Where I can show your comments now. Do you guys like that or not like that? And so then they just turned off the Zoom meeting. I was going to bring Karen Reed in, but they hadn't. Usually they wait till the jurors come in before they turn on the Zoom. And then they ended the Zoom meeting. So there's no Karen cam. Not even for a second this morning. Do you guys like your comments on the screen? You like it, Rockstar? Or should I turn it off? Okay, so far everyone likes it. I'll leave it on for a little bit. I don't know, we're a pretty tight bunch here. So I don't know. I don't know if people want their comments broadcasted, even though it's pretty small. On the replay, you would comment less. So on the replay, all right. I mean, you know what? I'm going to take a vote. I'm going to take a vote since we have time. Court TV. Let me just go to my channel and I'll make a poll. You guys can vote. Last time you guys were right and I was wrong. We did a poll where I thought she was going to give the defense pretty much everything they wanted in that last motion. I didn't think she would let Hank Brennan bring in his expert after they presented their expert to talk about these new pieces of ARCA evidence. But apparently she is, shockingly. Okay, here we go. Oh, I really need to finish my coffee. I'm moving slow this morning. Anyone else? Anyone else having a slow morning? All right, here we go. I'm going to be giving away Patreon subscriptions today. We have 4 more to give away. Everybody's claimed theirs. I was really pleased to see everybody claim theirs. Maybe everybody, but no, I think everybody did eventually claim theirs. So, got another one to give away, a month-long subscription to my Patreon. Just put hashtag Patreon in the live comments. It's not going to help if you come back at a different, you have to be in the chat when we go live watching the trial. It's not going to help if you are on the replay crew and write it in the static, not live comments. So hashtag Patreon, Patreon, in the comment section, and you will be entered to win. Okay, we have 21 entries. All right, already. So we're at 75% to 25% don't like it. So, okay. So I won't keep it on all the time. I'm sensitive to the minority opinion. But now when nothing's going on, I'm going to keep it up. But I won't keep it up throughout the whole stream, certainly. Debbie, are you on iPhone, or I think you have to be on a desktop to see so I can't see it on my iPhone. If you want, I'll vote for you. Just tell me which way you'll vote. Actually, can I vote in my own things? I think I can. Can I? So. No, I can't vote. Very small and blurry. Yeah, that's how I see him too. Let me see if I can edit my layout here. Hold on. All right, I'm going to have to experiment and see. It doesn't look like they let you make them bigger. They let you move around all sorts of other stuff, but not this, but not the comments. Odd. Let's see. Should we have a little music while we're waiting? See if there's anything else I have, any other kind of songs. Let's see. Yeah, we're about 75. We're topping out about 75%. So let me go to my videos. Oh, in honor of the Menendez brothers, I say send them to live with their supporters, getting eligible for parole. I'll play this. This is one of my more favorite songs that I've ever written. It's about the Menendez brothers. Take a listen.
Ice cream on the table, TV on the tube. You must have picked the label. Everything you heard is true. Your mom and dad, dissentient just made us blue. Crack dealers, Wells, is it boo-hoo or hoo-boo? We did it for the money. We consoled ourselves with Rolex watches, hand-tailored suits, ran our hand over designer fabric swatches, broke into the computer, rewrote that will. A cheap Wrangler for a lady paid with bloody dollar bills. We did it for the money. Jim Gable leaves us Menendez Bros show. Just release us from prison. We'll play victim so well. Squeeze out some tears, but truth we never tell. Looking for suckers to manipulate emotions. Someone with empathy, enough to fill oceans. Just break these prison bars. They'll appear on your YouTube show. Lie and sob and wink. If you know, you know. We did it for the money. We did it for the money. We console ourselves with Rolex watches, hand-tailored suits. Ran our hand over designer fabric swatches. Broke into the computer, rewrote Dad's will. A Jeep Wrangler for a lady paid with bloody dollar bills. We did it for the money. Kim K believes us, so does Rosie. Oh, strangers weep, we had it so bad. It's the Menendez Bros show. Just release us from prison. We'll play victim so well. Squeeze out some tears. The truth we never tell. Looking for suckers to manipulate emotions. Someone with empathy, enough to fill oceans. Just break these prison bars. We'll appear on your YouTube show. Lie and sob and wink. If you know, you know. I hit my boyfriend with my car. It wasn't an accident, but with lying lawyers I'll go far. Lying lawyers and witness harassment, I'll avoid prison. It was snowing. I pushed the pedal down, hit him hard. Now the legal system a clown. Innocence fraud campaign to save my skin. Making money, truth is my second victim. Carry, gin, like John, you were my mom. My innocence fraud campaign is my biggest hit yet. I hit my boyfriend with my car. It wasn't an accident, but with lying lawyers I'll go far. Lying lawyers and witness harassment, I'll avoid prison. It was snowing. I pushed the pedal down, hit him hard. Now the legal system a clown. Innocence fraud campaign to save my skin. Making money, truth is my second victim. Carry, gin, like John, you were my mark. My innocence fraud campaign is my biggest hit yet. John, you were my mom. My innocence fraud campaign is my biggest hit yet.
Tonight, time.
Okay. We're still waiting. If you're just tuning in, Judge Cannoni is talking to the jurors one by one. There's some issue. I think there would be some issue about discussing the case or with each other or some kind of bias or I don't know. There's an issue with the jury and they're being brought in one by one They're being separated like criminals, interviewed like criminals, one by one. Let's see. What other music do I have? Let me look at my playlists. I usually put my songs on my playlist. Let's see. We just did that one. Could play some more obscure ones. Here's one about Charlie Adelson.
I don't know, like you just put it in and just kind of go to town and talk about yourself.
Stop the murder trial with a shake of my head. Watch the public's jaw drop. You would have thought they were made of lead. Underestimate me and you'll see what you get. Charlie's never wrong because Charlie's always right. I'm not Fredo, I'm Charlie. I'm not dumb, I'm right. I'm the maestro. It's spelled out on the back of my Ferrari. I'm the maestro. I ordered the paella. Don't forget the calamari. A phone call, it might be the longest hour you've ever spent. Call me maestro. Lucky girls get to hear me talk about myself as I go to town. Leave them unsatisfied, but they would still come round. I got stable money in my safe, I'm ready to spend. But that was all before I got done for murder. Now I'm doing lava in the state pen. I'm the maestro. It's spelled out on the back of my Ferrari. I'm the maestro. I ordered the paella. Don't forget the calamari. Oh, got stable money in my safe, I'm ready to spend. But that was all before I got done for murder. Now I'm doing L-pop in the state pen. I'm mad at the jury for not seeing reasonable doubt. Who hasn't been? It started on the lap. King's payment plan for a settlement. Asked the gang members why they were so sensitive to my feelings. Georgia mesmerized the jury. You would have thought she was Houdini. I'm the maestro. It's spelled out on the back of my Ferrari. I'm the maestro. I ordered the paella. Don't forget the calamari. I'm the maestro. It's spelled out on the back of my Ferrari. I'm the maestro. I ordered the paella. Don't forget the calamari. I'm on with the maestro. I'm the maestro. I'm the maestro. I'm the maestro.
All right. That one I was pretty. Oh, I'm trying to pause it on the wrong screen. I was pretty proud of that last part of that song. What do you call it? Is the verse, that last verse in there. So it's rhyming Houdini with feelings was pretty good. What was it? Wait. Feelings, yeah, feelings. The Houdini. I was pretty proud of that one. that whole last verse. I was really happy with. I wrote that. I was, what? Let's see. I mean, I might have to start going through my Suno, like my stinking, like the songs that didn't work, like the terrible songs that didn't work in my library, the songs you didn't see. If this keeps going on, like horrible versions of Richie the Plumber that didn't work before I got a good version. Um, let's see. Um, let's see. Let's see. Is that it? Hold on. Yeah, there's some doozies in here. Yeah, there's some I haven't put up. Like a song I wrote for Donna, another one. Yeah, I learned something with this one. Do you guys remember this one? I tried to write about Donna when after Dan Rashbaum walked off the case, she was looking for a lawyer. So it delayed the whole case. Don't try to get AI to sing Meshuggah Yiddish. Remember this one?
Up in my Miami condo, a fancy lady looking down on the little people, delivered the cash, washed, moldy, and stapled. I planned and murder down to every last detail. After the family celebrated our criminal smash, Charlie ordered lobsters and the family had a big bash. Social style. Get me a lawyer to get me out of this mess. No more puzzle pieces. This time we are playing 3D chess. Get me a lawyer before they bury me in Lincoln's bar mitzvah dress. I need a lawyer. When it came to lawyers, no one did it better than Dan Rashbaum. Took all of my calls in Leon County, even when I was in lockdown. Now he's gone and the case tied up. I would cry, but my eyes are all dried up. Never found a lawyer so criminally minded. Helped plan my getaway to a country with no extradition treaty. I never thought the feds would give me. My back's up against the wall. This fancy lady taking a great fall. I need a criminal lawyer. Go up against Georgia and destroy her. Get me a lawyer. Life in Leon County is one day after another. Girls know me as a killer grandmother. Spending my days dreaming up ways to bamboozle the jury. Thought I would tell the truth, didn't ya? Get your head examined, you are my shooter. Thinking of ways to take the evidence and tailor a story. Just give me a lawyer. I took the stand to testify. Put on a performance of a lifetime. I'll sell every lie. Get me a lawyer. And before they bury me a lawyer. Before they bury me a lawyer. And before they bury me a lawyer. Oh, if he came to lawyers, no one did it better than Dan Rashbaum. Took all of my calls in Leon County, even when I was in lockdown. Now he's gone and the case tied up. I would cry, but my eyes are all dried up. Now he's gone and then the case tied up. I would cry, but my eyes are all dried up. Then it came to lawyer. When it came to lawyer, no one did it better than Dan Rashbaum. Took all of my calls in Leon County, even when I was in lockdown. Now he's gone and the case tied up. I would cry, but my eyes are all dried up. Get me a lawyer, and my back's up against the wall. And get a lawyer so criminally minded, help land money minded. Get me a lawyer, go up against the wall. This fancy lady taking a great fall. I need a criminal lawyer, go up against Georgia and destroy her. Get me a lawyer, get me a lawyer. Get me a lawyer, get me a lawyer, get me a lawyer, get me a lawyer.
Okay. Tanya, thank you. Roberta, what do I think of Blake Lively? I haven't looked at the actual filings in that, but I've seen some of the, obviously, I don't know. Seems like there's not much to her claims. Seems like a fake claim, but I don't know. I haven't looked into it deeply enough. Certainly there are people pushing agendas on either side, but it doesn't look like, I mean, her complaint seems so, I mean, that's what you do when you're an actress. I don't know. It's a different, I don't know. It seems, what do you think? I just thought her complaint seemed pretty thin. I mean, there's all sorts of different power dynamics on movie sets, but seemed ridiculous. Seemed like she thought something up and it backfired. Didn't anyone see Annie Elise, the $1 million Dollar True Crime podcaster behind Karen today. So mad. She's making $1 million. Wow. Karen's brother called her and convinced her, had to unfollow. Good. Yeah. There's lots of, I was, listening to just a show about pop culture and not a true crime show. And the Menendez brothers, the fact that they got approved for parole came up. And the host was like, why are these psychos getting out? Like, this is a horrible crime. I think that because these innocence fraud campaigns have propagandized true crime so much, it's a totally different audience. No one said a word in that chat too. Like, oh, you're crazy. They're abused victims, the Menendez brothers. They had to kill as adults. They couldn't leave the house. They didn't know where the door was. They had to leave the house and then start going on a crazy spending spree. So I just think that true crime audiences are really different than the general public. That's what I'm finding out. I mean, the amount of really disturbing narratives and people they'll get behind. I was listening to someone talk about Karen Reed. And then they were bringing other cases like Brian Kohberger might be innocent. Oh, he hasn't had a trial yet. Sure hasn't had a trial, but we've seen some of the evidence. It's very damning against him. I'm just not jumping on any of these killers' campaigns. Like, Karen Reed's already had a trial. Brian Kohberger hasn't. And everybody's convinced that the case that the killer that they're behind they haven't been fooled by innocence fraud. It's the one real case of innocence, and the rest are legitimate. You know what I was listening to last night? True crime podcast I love, which is They Got Away with Murder. Does anyone else listen to that? That guy he did the best episode on Fatty Arbuckle that I've ever heard. And he goes up against a lot of these propaganda narratives. Sam Shepard, he went through. I didn't realize he became a wrestler in his later life. But if you go on that video, I mean, people react to the information they're given. So if you go in that video and read the comments, people are like, Dr. Sam Shepard is so guilty. Oh my God, his story is so ridiculous. And then you go to the YouTube channel where they've propagandized the public. And they're like, oh, I'm sure he's innocent. I'm sure he's innocent. How dare, the state of, where was it? What state was it? Was it Ohio? The state of Ohio for ruining the family because his son is out there. They actually exhumed his body, Dr. Shepard, to try to exonerate him because they found some blood on the wall that didn't belong to him or the victim. So probably was there with some unrelated and they ran with it. I mean, and that's what they've learned how to do with DNA, find DNA. Like, have you heard the Free Karen readers talk about the other two profiles, male profiles found with John O'Keefe's profile? We pick up DNA from all over the place. I'm curious, are they complete profiles? Are they incomplete profiles that will never be matched to anyone? That's what Barry Scheck learned that he could do. He learned he could manipulate people with DNA. He realized that nobody, from the O.J. Simpson case, he realized that nobody really knew anything about DNA, and he could manipulate people with it and get killers out and then sue civilly. And it's just a huge racket for attorneys. So they'll go up to a killer in prison and say, I'll help you with your appeals, but should you get out, I'm going to be your lawyer on your civil case. And they take almost all of these multi-million-dollar winnings. And they like to go after, I mean, my feeling is that there's really nobody doing 34 years. If you hear someone gets out after 34 years, 20 years in prison, that's innocent. We have our own Innocence Project in America. It's called the appeal system. But they've just gotten so rich. I mean, the money, the amount of money. I told you I got little story time. So early on, I did an episode or a bunch of episodes. And this is like, they'll never stop trying to get these Canadians. They were Canadians, but they were living here out. They were like 18 or 19 when they committed the crime. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hold on. So I was doing an episode on Sebastian Burns and Atif Rafay, the Rafay family murder. Does anyone know that case? And I got a message from a researcher for like the biggest innocence fraud podcast. And I thought maybe it was a prank. And he wanted to know where if I could send him all my research for free. He wasn't offering me anything. Just, where did you get this information? Can you send me the transcripts? I was like, no, I can't. Said, do your own research, dude. I didn't write him back. I just let him. But I looked, and on his Instagram. This was just the researcher. Actually, I guess I'll just, this was the wrongful conviction podcast. Like, this guy's never met. So his money started the Innocence Project, and he's like never met a killer he doesn't think is innocent. I mean, he'll just like, he's had on Amanda Knox, Jason Flom. He also had, I mean, there's also some scandal. Maybe I'll go over him sometime. He also started, right around his divorce, he started this Church of Rock and Roll, which seemed like a tax dodge, like a Scientology style tax dodge. They had a huge billboard, digital billboard in Times Square. You can see it on my, hope you can go back that far, but you should be able to see it on my Facebook. I took a video. I was in Times Square and I just took a video of it. Anyway, his researcher got in touch with me and wanted the transcripts or the source where I use some detail. I was like, no, you do your own research. But I went to his Instagram. This is the researcher. He was traveling on private planes. Just the money in this movement is so outrageous. And, you know, I didn't monetize my podcast. I did for years and years and years. I made no money on it. And then you realize that you cannot, it just starts demanding more and more of your time, and you cannot justify spending so much time on something that's not bringing in any cash and costing you cash, because the more you go into it, the more it costs you money for whatever editing, you know, oh God, software, microphones, whatever. Yeah. But I was just looking at YouTube demonetized almost every single one of my first videos. I mean, for years, you can just see it's like demonetized. Yeah, everything I did, pretty much almost everything I did about Nexium, they demonetized. And things that, I mean, I would have to go back and listen, but I don't think they violate that I've actually fought, but they won't monetize. Yeah, I think they've represented a few innocent people, but I think the majority of what they do is fraud. So it's like saying DeVos is asking me, do I think that they've done any good? I think they've had a few good cases. I haven't found them personally. I've had other people look into them, have told me they've seen one or two good cases. I think when I started to look into Michael Morton, but I think it's more complicated than they make it out. There's a few real cases of innocence, but it's a little like saying people made money with Madoff. So was he successful, or was he good at his? The majority of what they do is fraud. And I mean, you know, and they've done real damage to people, like, just by their model, I think is so dangerous. To investigate a case, 10, 20 years after. Watch A Murder in the Park is a great documentary, or read William Crawford's book about the All Story Simon Anthony Porter situation, where the Medill Innocence Project, which is at the Northwestern Medill School of Journalism, they have these classes now in universities where they lead kids to investigate innocence. So they look into murderers' cases of people who have been in prison 10, 20, 14, 10, 14, 20 years and try to get them undone. And a lot of times the DA is no longer there. Nobody's protecting that conviction. And they're just so rich. They have so many resources. They're rich in resources. They're rich at financially, that they roll over when the conviction is challenged and just say, I don't have the resources or strength to fight this, and give them what they want. But so they reinvestigated a case, and they didn't interview any of the real significant witnesses. This is another thing they do. They pressure eyewitness people who were witnesses in the case, who saw the crime with their own eyes, saw the convict commit the crime with their own eyes. They will go and just guilt the crap out of them, overstate the evidence that they have that shows their innocence. But I would just suggest to anyone, pick any case, go look at some of the cases that the Innocence Project champions, either local Innocence Projects to state, look at the way that they represent the case to the public, then go to the court transcripts and the appeals documents and read those. And it's so different. These people are so guilty. Try to get 12 people to agree on anything in life. You know how hard that is? These are people where the jury convicted them. Okay, so the investigators thought they were guilty. The DA thought they were guilty. The jury thought they were guilty. The appeals courts affirmed their guilt, often many appeals courts. But the Innocence Project knows better. I mean, their cases are so over the top that they're trying to get Scott Peterson out. And then, of course, the apologists will say, oh, no, that's just that's just a little state Innocence Project. That's not the national. Well, it's a little like saying that the innocence that McDonald's headquarters, like the big McDonald's in Times Square, is nothing like the McDonald's in your hometown. They all serve the same burgers. They all do the same things. The staff may be different, but they're all doing the same things. They all work in exactly the same way. They're trying to get Scott Peterson out. My brother said to me, I always thought you were, maybe a little out there with this position, until I realized that they were trying to get Scott Peterson out. And then I realized everything you've been saying about this organization is totally true. Go to the court documents, read the court documents. Get the facts, read both sides. So I'm not just saying read the prosecution's case, read the defense's case that they put on. I mean, they worked for years to get Purvis Payne out of prison, and eventually off of death row. It worked. He was a guy, not the brightest guy, but not the dumbest either. High on drugs and alcohol. Murdered a mama, Charisse Christopher, her baby girl, a tiny little baby, Lacey Christopher, and tried to murder her son, her infant son, Nicholas Christopher. He had to hold his intestines all the way to the hospital. The neighbors saw his arm with his watch close the door. He ran from the scene, covered in blood, ran into a police officer, fleeing the scene, then was found hiding in an attic. He testified in his own defense at trial, and they asked him how, so he left his fingerprints all over the scene. They asked him how he got blood on his shoes, and he said, I think that's when she, meaning Charisse Christopher, that's when she hit the wall. And then his defense objected. So he basically admitted it on the stand. I don't know how much more guilty you have to be than that. So somehow they got his fingerprints wasn't enough all over the scene. having an eyewitness, the neighbors identify him, or running into a police officer covered in blood. This is a real case of innocence. So they decided to test the murder weapon, this knife, and lo and behold, it came back with his DNA. But did the press run with that? No, they ran with the fact that they also found some incomplete, meaning it will never be matched to anyone, DNA on the knife. And they hid like paragraph 4 that they actually found Purvis Payne's DNA on the knife. And did the Innocence Project walk away after that? No, they doubled down on innocence. And in fact, they got his murder conviction overturned. And now he's doing life, and he will be life, meaning he'll be eligible for parole either, I think it's next year or the year after, maybe this year. Coming up. That guy. You want that guy out on the streets? That guy. Another one who abused her baby and confessed to it. They got her conviction overturned in Texas, I believe. I mean, just these are like the worst. Rodney Reed. So they don't walk away. Whether it's Julius Jones or Purvis Payne, they don't walk away when their client's DNA comes up. They just double down on innocence. So whether it's Rodney Reed or Purvis Payne or Julius Jones, those are cases where their clients, or Kevin Cooper, their client's DNA all was found in the testing they asked for. They don't walk away. They double down. So it's hugely exonerating. DNA is hugely exonerating unless it's their client. And they also, if they can't find any DNA of their client, then that's also exonerating. Everything's exonerating. No one's working on innocence fraud. No one's, it's just like me, Innocence Fraud Watch UK, friend of the show, Actual Justice Warrior, Sean Fitzgerald, talks about it. But he talks about it, he thinks that they only represent Black people, and that's just not true. They just got Richard Glossop's conviction overturned in Oklahoma. There's another guilty guy. Murder for hire case. Who was just abusing women, marrying like young women. He's been on death row, coercively controlling women via letters, phone calls, mail, etc., and basically financially preying on women and romance. I don't know, preying on them romantically. And I've set up interviews, I tried to set up an interview, and she was like, yes, I'll talk, and then just didn't show up with one of the women Richard Glossop has preyed on. So I don't think, he's probably they're going to retry him and try to, the reason you do a murder for hire case is it is a circumstantial case. Try a circumstantial case 20 plus years after it happened, 30 years after it happened. Witnesses have died, memories have faded. The defense has such an advantage. So I think he will get acquitted. And then they're going to sue for wrongful conviction, and it's going to be worse because he was on death row. But that is one guilty MFer. I mean, all the lawyers I talk to know this is going on. Talk to me about it behind the scenes, but no one's brave enough. Closest thing is John Lewin put up a post about it, but he still put a little disclaimer, except for my friend who works at the Innocence Project. She's this small Innocence Project. She's doing good work. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. She's doing the same thing the rest of them are doing. And then there's another case I talked about. Let me show you this. Actually, since we're talking, I'll show you this. Let me see. I think he did a better job than I did. I went over his video, but there's a big scandal with the Southern California Innocence Project, where a woman romanced a convict to get her murderer client off and got him to falsely confess, offering him part of the civil winnings. And he has her dead to rights. He has her text messages, etc. You know, kind of like flirtatious, naughty pictures that she sent him. And so far, nothing. I don't think anything's been done about it. It's a huge, and no one has written anything except one small paper. And this is, you know, around San Francisco. Hold on. And no one pushes this more than Joe Rogan, who's friends with all these people. Jason Flom, Dr. Phil's friends with Jason Flom. Dr. Oz has pushed it, but no one pushes it more than Joe Rogan, because his platform is so big. He had on Amanda Knox yesterday. Hold on. Yeah, Innocence Project ambassador frees it. I mean, Joe Rogan had on a guy who, this is Charlie Adelson's jury consultant, came on with this guy and he's like, he's guilty, but he's a miracle. He's totally rehabilitated. He should have never been given 50 years. And the reason he was given 50 years, okay, here it is. Okay, hold on. So here's Sean's video. Just while we're waiting, I mean, we might be waiting for a while. This is Actual Justice Warrior channel. He's been a guest on this channel. We both worked really hard on the Julius Jones case together, and the Howe family was just so effective and so lovely. You know, it was a real pleasure. Unfortunately, we didn't get everything we wanted. He wasn't freed, but he wasn't executed either. So, which would have been easier to live with if he didn't start selling things in general population, making $30,000 a month selling sneakers and stuff after his sentencing got overturned. Basically what happened is Kim Kardashian called Trump called the governor commuted his sentence from death to life, which I could live with if it didn't, you know, if it wasn't so awful. Okay, here. Am I sharing this screen? Let me share this screen instead.
So one of the toughest pills to swallow for people, even out there in my audience, is that the Innocence Project is not a well-meaning organization that started off good and eventually got corrupt and had all these problems or has these isolated incidents where they're advocating for guilty people. From the jump, the Innocence Project was founded by a member of O.J. Simpson's legal team, somebody who was absolutely guilty, and they are ideologically motivated to undermine and subvert the criminal justice system by any means necessary. Essentially, you should think of them as Antifa with law degrees. And what we're going to talk about today is a murderer who was gotten out of prison by the Innocence Project in California, in San Francisco, who received the largest payout in San Francisco history of $8 million, and how it was just revealed by the San Francisco Standard that the attorney for this murderer, who was 100% guilty, knew that he was guilty and essentially entered into a romantic relationship and gave financial payouts to a person to confess in order to say that this guilty man was not involved. I'm going to break down this whole case for you, but understand it's not isolated, it's not unique, it's not a one-off, it's what the Innocence Project does. But before we get into that, thank you to everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
Okay.
So first off, right off the top, I want to say thank you to Nuance Bro for sending me this article a little while ago. And since I have had the time to look into it, I am able to present this to you. Now, some other people have covered it, I am sure, at this moment in time, but we really got to break it down. And honestly, it starts from the headline, in my opinion, because it is quite telling that this could happen in the United States of America. The murderer, prison romance, and false confession shaking up the Innocence Project. Subheadline: convicted murderer Merrick Funches says he lied to get Maurice Caldwell exonerated of murder by the Northern California Innocence Project. In the process, Caldwell's attorney and Funches fell for each other. So this, of course, involves the release and so-called exoneration of a convicted murderer who did, in fact, commit the crime, called Maurice Caldwell. And this guy is presented as a spokesperson for the Innocence Project.
Almost 21 years, 20 years, 6 months, 4 days.
See, you notice how they frame that? This is how they frame everything. And when Amanda Knox gives interviews, so they get out in front of it. Maurice Caldwell was 22 years, and they say it exactly the same way every time, was 22 years old when he was convicted of a crime he didn't commit. So it stops any kind of critical thinking like, well, did he do it? No, it was a crime. He was only convicted of a crime he didn't commit. Wasn't convicted, and then they overturned his conviction. It was totally a crime he didn't commit. They get out there before you can have any kind of skeptical, critical thought. That's the line every time. Or he was accused of a crime he didn't commit. Even when he was convicted, they use the word accused instead of convicted.
Almost 21 years, 20 years, 6 months, 4 days. How did I keep hope? When you got a cat in the corner, no matter what, that cat will do what he got to do.
And of course, he was released and paid out in 2021 during the height of the Black.
And anytime they want to talk, so if I were wrongfully convicted, right, or convicted of a crime I didn't commit, put it the way the Innocence Project does, you'd want to talk about the case and all the people that put you there and how they got it wrong and the details of the case. They never want to talk about any of that. They only want to talk about themselves as a victim. And that is a real red flag for me. It was so bad. I was in general population. I was fighting for my life. I was going blind. I had this medical problem. They always cast themselves in the victim role without wanting to talk about any of the details of their actual case or how the state or the government, got it wrong.
Black Lives Matter hysteria, but the attorney that was behind this, the schemer that allowed this to happen, the innocence fraudster that you could point your finger at, is a woman called Paige Keneb.
My name is Paige Keneb. I'm an attorney with the Northern California Innocence Project. And this summer, when I'm not working, I have been at the beach, mostly in my garden with my daughter, or baking, or reading. We both love to read, and I've been making my way through the Black Lives Matter reading list. And my favorite book I'm currently reading that is not on that list is Ida B. Wells' autobiography called Crusade for Justice. It's incredible and inspiring, and she's been blowing my mind left and right.
Now, despite the fact that Paige Keneb, you will find out throughout the course of this article, 100% knew that Maurice Caldwell was guilty, was a cold-blooded murderer, was a drug kingpin. She has been celebrating this release, parading herself and this guy around for years in order to back up this story that she freed an innocent angel black person. And again, she knew the whole time that this guy was guilty because she is the one who manufactured this false confession that, again, she knew was false at the time in order to get him out of prison.
Seeing Maurice walk out of prison was just a really spectacular day.
It was like, restoring my life, and that's like a person giving birth.
We have great pictures of Maurice getting out. I've been meaning to put one up so I can, when I start to get frustrated or just bogged down in all of it.
But let us go back to the beginning. In 1991, Maurice Caldwell, then 23, was convicted.
Right. So that's a big part of the con. They always have to have the press there, cameras there when they get out. so that people won't think critically about why their conviction is overturned. They'll only see the emotion. And who would hate on that? Who would hate on people, family members hugging and being reunited? Who would hate on that? Well, people, people who are thinking about, whoops, sorry. I just kicked my, sorry about that. Did that kill your ears? RIP your ears. People who are thinking about the victim's family, who have to worry and now live in fear that they might reoffend or they might come after them. Oh, yeah. But there are always cameras. That's a big part of the con, is having the cameras, having the press there when these people get out.
Of murder for a San Francisco drug deal gone bad. Nearly 2 decades later, a young lawyer at the Northern California Innocence Project, Paige Kneb, helped with his release from prison. The victory hinged largely on declarations from Maurice Funches, Caldwell's friend, who took the blame for the killing and identified someone else as the accomplice. After Caldwell won his freedom, he went on to win an $8 million settlement from the city for his 2 decades behind bars, which is the second largest payout the city has ever made in such a case. Now, though, Funches says he lied about Caldwell's innocence, and what's more, he says that Kneb has known about this lie but continues to represent the case publicly as an example of truth triumphing in the end. Now, it's very important for you guys to understand that this guilt is not in dispute. It never should have been in dispute. And there is, in fact, overwhelming evidence of Caldwell's guilt. In fact, we had an eyewitness who testified in a court of law that she saw this man, who, again, was an identifiable drug kingpin in the area, something the Innocence Project never wanted to tell you, who was holding the shotgun and fired it at the female victim all the way back when. In fact, the person who ended up confessing, this guy called Funches, fled the state at the time, ended up in the state of Nevada, where he ended up killing a cab driver in the city of Reno by shooting him in the back of the head. And he was already serving a life sentence without the possibility of parole for that murder in Nevada. So it's very important for you guys to understand that him taking the blame, him becoming the fall guy for this particular case, did nothing to hurt him in any regard at all whatsoever. Now, it is very important for you to understand that this is often the case with jailhouse confessions, and this is often the reason those confessions are completely disregarded. This guy was serving life without parole. There were no negative consequences for him coming forward, and in fact, he gained not only financially, but gained by having a relationship with the attorney that was working on the Caldwell case, which also included a bunch of other perks. She was actually caught sending money to his daughter, among other things that were clearly and obviously manipulative. Not to mention, she was love bombing this guy, sending him sexy and racy photos and all kinds of other things in order to trick this guy into getting on board, into saying that he actually was responsible for this. And the crazy thing is that before the hearing that ultimately ended up leading to the release of Caldwell, this man decided that he was not going to testify.
Okay, so we're waiting. If you're just tuning in, we're waiting for Judge Cannoni to talk to every single juror individually in the Karen Reed case. We don't know what it's about. So while we were breaking, I mean, this seems to be going to be a very long stretch here. I'm playing I got some questions about the Innocence Project, and I'm playing Actual Justice Warriors video called Innocence Project. This is Sean Fitzgerald, who's behind this channel. He's been on this show multiple times on this channel, friend to the show. And we were talking about a scandal recently with the Southern California Innocence Project with a lawyer named Paige Kneb, who got out. It was the second largest payout in San Francisco history. She overturned the conviction of Maurice Caldwell by getting Caldwell's friend, by romancing Caldwell's friend, who was also in prison, a convict, sending him racy pictures and getting him to confess to Caldwell's crime and offering him part of the financial payout when they sued for wrongful conviction. So they did sue for wrongful conviction. And like I said, Maurice Caldwell, because of this confession from a guy doing life in prison who had nothing to lose. So this is a common tactic of the Innocence Project. They'll get different convicts who have nothing. This is what they did with the Central Park Five. Have everything to gain and nothing to lose by confessing to all the, taking the, either, in the Central Park Five was a group crime and they got one guy who was part of it to confess to everything and to move him to a better prison. So this guy, they offered him piece of the civil payout. So they sue in our civil courts where the only thing on the line is money, right? Who's going to pay, right? So either you lose and you don't make anything, or you get a huge windfall. And people get these, the Central Park Five got $40 million. They wanted $100 million. Here he got $8 million and they didn't give him any of the money, which is very typical of this movement. They offer a lot, but they seldom actually give anything. So they entice with these deals. I'll give you book money. I'll give you documentary movie money if you'll change your story, or if you'll do this or do that. And so he was pissed. So it was a romance scam. So she romanced him to get him to take responsibility. And then for her client's crime, and also enticed him with money. And then he got nothing. So then he came forward with all of this, and she's saying that she totally stands behind her client, Maurice Caldwell's innocence, even though she's caught dead to right in these text messages. And he's telling her, your client's not innocent. And they know it. They know they're guilty people, but they think that anyone in prison, and it's not just because of race, anyone in prison is the little guy up against it, the man. They don't really believe in these long prison sentences for anything. They believe we should have more of a European system, which is what they're moving towards in like California, et cetera, which is one of the reasons the Innocence Project got up, that it should cap off at 20 years, even for the worst crime. So like England, they don't have these kind of long sentences other places, 20 years max. But they're also not as violent as we are. We're a very violent society. So this is what we're talking about. But I would say, I've been looking for a real case of innocence. Every case that comes out, that piques my interest, I will dig into the court documents. And I haven't found so far. I haven't found on my own any yet. The only one I've heard about other ones like Michael Morton in California, and there's the other one who was set up, and the Innocence Project wouldn't help him at all. So I would say it's a tiny fraction of 1%. I'd say 99 point whatever 9% of what they do in the Innocence Project, in my opinion, is total fraud.
So what this lawyer ended up doing was burying his ability to show up to the court to be cross-examined and trying to admit his handwritten statements without him, never mentioning to the court of law that he had already recanted that false confession.
I don't think there's a lot. Sorry, I didn't mean there's a lot specific to exonerees. I sort of meant more there's a lot about, systemic racism and what's happening today that I would definitely recommend. Trevor Noah did an incredible one of his episodes on the Daily Show from home, just talking about this week of Amy Cooper, George Floyd, Ahmaud Arbery, and sort of what all of those things together really highlighted, and also I think one of the things that and it really builds up to this, so you should watch the whole thing. But I thought one of the points he made that was so incredible is like, you know, there are people who are upset about the looting of buildings, but why aren't they upset about the looting of Black bodies? Because that's what America has been doing for 400 years.
And I'm not making this up. The San Francisco Standard has these communications. They call them extensive communications from the prison and this woman. And Funches revealed that they had an on-again, off-again romantic relationship. And during this period of time, she represented Caldwell in court and secured his freedom. Funches solicited and received favors from Kanab. Funches has recently filed a complaint with the authorities and handed over the phone on which he communicated with Caldwell about the case and the promises he made, and with Kaneb and their relationship to the case. You see, like I said, Funches was essentially done for. Again, life without the possibility of parole in the state of Nevada. No innocence fraud magic was going to get him out of that particular murder. So essentially what he ended up doing was confessing so that Caldwell could get out of prison, so that he could get a settlement on the agreement that he would get a piece of the settlement. So the reason that this guy is coming forward now again and turning over the phone to authorities is because he believes that he's owed $2 million in the $8 million settlement that the city of San Francisco paid out to the guilty Caldwell. So he's upset because the payments ended up stopping, the ones that were going to his family, after this guy ended up getting out of prison. And he feels like he was used and abused by this attorney. And when you look at the messages, you realize that's definitely the case. Now, the disclosures add up to a complicated story of a murder, a friendship gone bad, a forbidden love, and a series of betrayals. They also raise troubling questions about the much lauded Innocence Project and the lengths to which one of its top lawyers was willing to go to free a man convicted of murder. And I will add, a man that she knew was guilty. Now, of course, neither Kanab, the attorney at the center of this woke, insane woman, nor Caldwell, the guy who made out like a bandit from this, decided that they were going to respond to this, because why would they? They already got their freedom. They already got their money. They already got their credit. They already thought that they got away with it. And now they're going to dismiss the very same jailhouse informant that they ended up manipulating to testify in order to get all of that as a crazy person who honestly shouldn't be trusted, although you should definitely trust his testimony as it was handwritten, even though he wouldn't say it in a court of law way back when.
The 1619 Project by the New York Times is incredible. I think there are actually a lot of resources right now. If you look up like equity challenges, and as I mentioned, NCIP is doing this 21-day racial equity challenge, or it gives you readings for each day. Anything by Ta-Nehisi Coates is a must read. I've been rereading his Atlantic article, The Case for Reparations, anything the Atlantic publishes, basically. But I think understanding reparations and the importance of it, and understanding this like continuum that of oppression that Black people have experienced, that it's not something that was just in the past, but has been ongoing and has never really stopped.
Now, the Innocence Project of California said that Marie's...
All right, so jurors, I still have a couple of questions for you. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case. Don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Healy will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, Aizik. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much percent of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of your training and experience. And did you begin at the University of Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month, basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the Gamma Knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And Gamma Knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association of Neurological Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull Base Society?
Yes,
And is that brain related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis, and severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who are unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG, SOD, and severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after a brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection. So go ahead and ask the question without a comment, please.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly. And so we classified them and delineated them in the paper and discussed the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inches laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a
It's
characterization?
basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum that connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back. At the beginning, you said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Can we have sidebar on that, please? So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor. Do you have an opinion, doctor, about whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement?
Well, the only way he could get this kind of an injury was to fall backwards, hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. We again request kindly a sidebar on this. All right, we'll come to that. Thank you.
No sidebar for you. You're not allowed to have a sidebar. He's like, Your Honor, you can't say no to the defense. You can't say no. Have you forgotten who I am? We're the defense. Then she's like, I'm going to sustain your objection, but no sidebar. Did you guys all hear that? All right. Great moments in Karen retrial. I'm just so curious as to what happened with the jury. I wonder if we'll get reports. Someone did something probably that they should probably call a mistrial and start again, but that's what seems like maybe we're headed towards another mistrial. Wonder if someone got kicked off the jury. Did anyone hear anything? Oh, that's Karen's sister? Oh, let's look.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota.
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes. I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked about what happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple detailed questions about that?
Sure.
When you explained that the brain upon impact then shifts forward and hits the front of the skull, is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup counter coup injury. So the coup is when you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup counter coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup counter coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well, he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup counter coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup counter coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along the lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial. And it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were cavemen, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share?
I don't.
I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell you. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately. If I shot you below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma. So it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of. And yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case by case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of the brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
Sir, can you just describe, you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
What type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in.
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, with the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury is unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any brief follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set, so you can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
May we have a moment to inquire of our next witness?
Sure. And while empty counsel, let's have our jurors feel free to stand up and stretch. So, jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought. So we are ahead of schedule. So why don't we take that morning break that we had to take? So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your.
Okay. I wonder if any of the jurors are finding Alessi tricky, taking one injury and saying, well, this doesn't have anything to do, this one injury doesn't have anything to do with what you're saying. And ignoring the rest of his injuries. Right, Kelly, that's a really important part of this, that he maybe could have been saved. John O'Keefe, had she called 911. And what I hope some of the jurors are thinking about is why she involved, excuse me to my regular listeners, you hear me saying this almost every day, but why is she involved Carrie Roberts and Jennifer McCabe? I hope they're thinking about that. There's no need. And Kaylee, John O'Keefe's niece, there's no need to involve any of those people. And Catherine Camerano and everyone else she involved. Why did she do that? I mean, I know why she did it, but I mean, are they thinking that? So we got some news about, thought he was an excellent witness, about near perfect. You know, he's not a professional witness. He's not someone who's just going to say what the Commonwealth or the defense wants him to say. Someone who gets up extremely early and works in his field with a difficult field, and was very clear and easy to understand. Straight shooter. I thought he was an excellent witness. But I hear the Commonwealth is almost done with their case. So we don't have many. I mean, this is such a streamlined case. I was looking at the amount of witnesses. Woo. So are they going to call back to the stand the witness we had at the end of the day yesterday? I hate to say it, but I was so focused on Karen Reed's statement. My mind was so blown by Karen Reed's, that clip of Karen Reed saying, we think he died. I think he died. I know he died around this time, or we think, she corrects herself. That I really couldn't hear much of her testimony. Sad testimony too, right? Difficult to hear, but really? Wait, Maestro, what do you mean? They changed the routine for Daddy Reed's babysitter, the way she stood up to block. She always does that. She stands up. She's not doing that anymore. She's not protecting the jury from him. I don't, my feeling is, and I don't not know, but I do not think it's that he winked at a juror or stared down the jury. I think he did something to get a full-time babysitter in Canoni's court, knowing Canoni's personality. I would think it would have to be I think it has to do with him fighting with the O'Keefes, causing a scene in front of the jury, and now he has a full-time babysitter. I don't think it's just winking or staring down. I think it's something pretty serious that he did. Let me know what you mean, Maestro. She's standing up, he says. She's standing up during sidebar, but I thought that was new. No, not new. She does that every time. She does that every time. Maestro, can you believe it? Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know where we're going. We may be going right into another hung jury. Don't get it twisted. I'm not one of these people that's... Why is my thing so messed up here? Hold on. Why is this? Hold on. You know, I'm not one of these people that's saying that we're headed towards a conviction, because I don't know. I do not know. I just think that they proved their case for me. She could be getting a guilty verdict on DUI and not the other. She could be getting guilty verdict on leaving a scene of an accident that resulted in serious injury or death and not second degree. We could get another hung jury. She could get totally acquitted. I doubt that. That's where I think is least likely. They just say not guilty on all counts. I think that the biggest chance they had of that was last trial, and they didn't even get anywhere near that. Adam Lally, regardless of how he's not a performer, and his trials are not done for public consumption and entertainment, he did prove his case and got most of the jury to vote guilty. So we'll see if those reports are true, if we can believe the reports. I don't know. I think it was just so touched by this innocence fraud campaign last time. Everything was really upside down. If you can hear people screaming "Free Karen Read" into the courtroom, it doesn't really matter much if the jury is watching what they look at and who they talk to. And we know that they did talk amongst themselves. Guys, please hit the thumbs up. Oh my gosh. I always count on Free Karen Read to spin even the most damning testimony. Here's from X. Here it is. Karen Read not guilty. Jen McCabe says they found John O'Keefe and rolled him over on his back. The only way John O'Keefe could get this kind of injury was to fall backwards. fall backwards, not roll on his back gently. I mean, these people. Here's another tweet from X. In order to believe that Karen Read is innocent, you have to believe that the world's most half-assed, poorly planned murder cover-up, dumping a beat-up guy on your front lawn, was aided by absolutely astounding run of luck, as if the universe itself was in on the conspiracy. True. Here's a fun tweet.
All rise for the court. Jurors enter.
Full lip of Karen Read hiding her pickle breath as she talks to her lawyers. This is what the tweet is, but she always covers her mouth because she doesn't want people to read. She doesn't always, but generally, half the time she covers her mouth talking to her lawyers. She doesn't want any lip readers.
All rise for the court. Jurors enter.
Okay. Does anyone read lips in my audience? Remarkable. Here's another tweet. Remarkable coincidence that the people who beat and took the life of John O'Keefe inside the house placed him at the exact location when Karen Read's Lexus SUV backed up at 24 miles per hour. So the arrest from the Free Karen Reader. Karen Read is trying to, Mark Rendazza, his client Erica Walsh, was arrested. He's trying to say she was just arrested for wearing a Free Karen Read sweatshirt, but she was in the buffer zone wearing a sweatshirt, causing a disturbance. So she got trespassing, disturbing the peace, and picketing a court. Yeah, Christina Hanley from the MSP Crime Lab will be back at some point today, but there will be another witness. Christina Rex reports. So they kicked out the media to talk to the jurors. So really, no one really knows what that was about. Even the O'Keefes and Reeds, everyone but the lawyers was asked to leave the courtroom when they were talking to the jurors. except the lawyers. And I'm sure Karen Reed. So Karen Reed says the prosecution's case, she said yesterday, has one more week. But we're having a half day tomorrow, no court Friday. I don't know about Monday. I'll wait till tomorrow. What's the schedule next week? Does anyone know? Yeah, Monday is a holiday. That's what I thought. Then why are we having Friday off? Does anyone know why we're... Is this all for the Memorial Day weekend? Is this just a long, long weekend? And Jodi Arias' lawyer, who got disbarred for writing a book on her, is supporting Karen Reed with a vengeance on X. Oh, kids have off on Friday. Thank you. Yeah, this is a 4-day weekend. I may take it off myself. I'm traveling, so I don't know. I may not. Thank you for explaining it to me, guys. Yeah. This may be a good time to take a little break. Let's see how we're doing on the poll. So 73 to 27. I'm going to end it. So I get the idea. So I'm not going to keep it up all the time. I don't think it adds a ton. I'm giving away Patreon subscriptions. So if you want one, I'll be doing it at the end of the day. Put hashtag Patreon in the live chat. So if you're watching this live and want a chance to win a Patreon subscription, write hashtag PATREON, hashtag Patreon in the chat. So if you missed the testimony, the doctor testified that had Karen Reed gotten him help, there was a 30-something% chance, 33% chance that John O'Keefe would have lived. Oh, yeah. He didn't look, yeah, it's a terrible fact for Karen, who insisted John wasn't mortally wounded. She said he didn't look mortally wounded. Clearly, that's an admission in the negative. She said, we think he died between 12:25 and 12:30, meaning I mortally wounded him. I think you just hear the rage in her voice in those messages. And the rage that she's had for John O'Keefe through this trial, through the first trial, through this trial, the way she's created a witness harassment campaign, hyped up hate towards the O'Keefe family, disparaged John O'Keefe and his family, tried to make anyone who was knowledgeable about Karen Read's guilt public enemy number one, made them live in fear. Yeah, I mean, this is just, she says the plan was to teach him a lesson. I mean, what's curious is she says, we pulled up to the house and it didn't look inviting and there weren't too many lights on. So if that's true, let's just say Karen Read's telling the truth and that was her impression. I don't know what she expected, how a house looks inviting at 12:24 at night, but okay. Does she want party lights and music blaring? Does she want it to look like a frat house? I don't know. But how did she think that reversing into John O'Keefe and leaving him there, that he would live, knowing the weather conditioning, knowing that it would be, he tells her in those text messages, it's a massive storm tonight. Nobody's going anywhere this weekend. Plumber's not coming back. Your plumber's not coming back. Leave it for Monday and I'll fix your hot water issue, your rusty pipe. And she had to know that leaving him there, that they weren't going to come out, that he wouldn't be found. I mean, to me, that proves, she's saying it doesn't look inviting. It looks really like not a lot of life around here, that if you left someone injured, that they wouldn't be helped if there's not a lot going on at the house at 12:24 at night or 12, right? Yeah, something like 9:3, something like that. I don't know if I to believe that or not. I take it with a grain of salt. But I'm not a believer that they didn't know how to fill out the jury verdicts. I think there were free Karen readers who wanted to fully acquit her on the jury. It's my feeling. Please hit the thumbs up, guys. It just helps more people see this channel, get the word out about Karen Read and her Innocence Fraud campaign. Speaking of the plumber.
Everyone is waiting for me to arrive at the bar. At home in Mansfield, I'm making up a new co-star. His name is Richie the plumber. No hot water, it's a bummer. It's all a figment of my imagination. Call it a lie, I feign rightful indignation. Call the plumber, I got a rusty pipe. Hot water is not working, I'm starting a fight. Sure it's a lie, but it's a little one. Gotta get my boyfriend under my thumb. John says he and his papa would have fixed it. If only this broken pipe in real life existed. Causing pain and suffering is what I do best. Putting my boyfriend's patience through test after test. Richie, my imaginary plumber, is at Home Depot, hoping that story will get a rise out of my boyfriend and his libido. I'll arrive at the bar showing up late, make him angry right out of the gate. He's slow at feeling lovey-dovey, I'm downright twisted and scummy. I'll down many drinks and run him over after it gets late. Scream and cry, it's you, John, who I hate. Leave him to die in a blizzard, inflicting pain, I'm a wizard. Get Jen to call 911, have the whole town pointing fingers when it's over and done.
Did you think he caved? I just didn't think he had much to cross-examine him. That one injury, is it what you're talking about? It's the other more serious injuries.
Put it back in session, you may be seated.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
And then I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. And ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley,
Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions, just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges. And there was some dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show counsel?
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy, yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes of the next exhibit.
No objection. Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you two other photographs. If you can look at those, look up when you're finished. Did you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in the minutes the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. If you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
Those are the same pieces of glass as in the previous photo, just a little bit more up close of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as a comparative analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and 7-12 regarding the glass pieces, what, if any, conclusions did you make in reference to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first. I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Maryland Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibits A through D.
No objection. Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, Commonwealth seek to introduce the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match.
oh,
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same 2 pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the 2 pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent in instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
In addition to that comparative analysis with the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Ron?
Yes.
You have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
You're on the Commonwealth to seek to introduce in a minute.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from 2 pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange t-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You could review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hanna, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to come both to seek, introduce, and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection.
Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer. And I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph. And when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Allen?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks. Like I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break, and we'll take an hour. So I know we'll take an hour, okay? We'll see you back here. So, we're just going to follow.
All rise to the court, please. Your close your notebooks, follow me.
Okay. Well, is everybody ready for lunch? I'll see you guys after lunch, okay? Have a great lunch.
Hey, this court's back in session. Please be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Allen.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you 3 documents, if you could review those a couple of minutes, please. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And starting with the first page of that 3 pages, what do you recognize that?
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
If I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 2 exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually or just in a set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the exhibit numbers, but Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom.
The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor.
That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two, as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well.
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source that in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces? There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab, you certainly would have noted if there was skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, correct?
I think I just made note, gonna have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories. Okay. Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about it in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You can get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great. 3-3 are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from.
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels. It gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our LIM system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category, was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Or what it said on the evidence envelope? That's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second. But fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E. And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 7-14, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Just gonna set this aside for a second. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12 once again included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking
The
about.
one
Oh,
under the red tape.
yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to the side?
Sure.
Okay.
Jurors, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
So you can cut that, come back and
Thank you. Ms. Hanley, I was asking you previously, we already looked at what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H. If you'll just look at that, what I'm most interested in is, do you see a name, a trooper's name in the middle of that evidence bag?
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have, yeah.
I realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I need. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst Valier.
Correct.
You see her initials there.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So the four categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Buchanan glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt if we continue that way.
Can she do it both, Mr. Jackson?
Sure. Any way that you wish. I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court permission.
Okay.
Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that. Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Yes.
Okay, saw it last year, correct, or something close to it last year?
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Okay. If there are any others, Mr. Jackson, why don't we bring all the
This is it.
So I think I gave somebody the copy that I was using. I need a copy.
If I may approach?
Yes. Thank you. All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
KKK for ID.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes,
How is that described?
it's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with,
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
it's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes,
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
yes,
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chart?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great. Under A, you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match or did match in your analysis or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chart?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart? With green.
Yes.
And E is an echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? if you need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Donna, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205? Robert, the court indicated that they would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Hey, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done. And I was going to explain it sidebar.
All right, then come on over. $205.
Thank you. Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. Do you see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, so 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items, 6 of them, A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes.
But what those matched, Ms. Hanley, were the cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match the cup were E, I, and L. Is that right?
That's correct.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing, item E, that did match something in this series of categories. Isn't that right?
not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this is an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper glass to match anything else in your analysis. Matched what? Or was consistent with what?
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is a single piece of glass recovered by microscopy, correct?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Lally?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different dates at different locations?
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item 3-1, either the taillight housing or the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
No, there was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in sum, not a single piece of glass on that bumper can be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper match.
Sustained.
But the one piece of glass that did match something came from the same source, was consistent with coming from the same source as the single piece of glass recovered on the possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
It was consistent with item 7-14.
That's all.
All right, Ms. Hanley, you are all set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch. All right, so jurors, I know you don't like it when we're at sidebar. We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long weekend. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about this case. Don't let anybody say anything to you about this case. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. I believe next week, except for Thursday, are full days every day. Watch your social media use this weekend as well. Have a great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday morning, ready to go.
Court, all rise to the jury.
Okay. So tomorrow, long weekend. Long weekend. Huh. Wow, what are we going to do with ourselves? What are we going to do with ourselves? No court till next Tuesday, is that right? Thank you, Kath, for reminding me. I was so shocked. Yeah, I'm giving away Patreon subscriptions, or one Patreon subscription. I've been giving them away. So now's the time. So if you want one and you're in the live chat with us, so we're ending early today in a big long weekend. I'm not sure exactly what, I will tell you, I do go live at the same time, so look for me at 6:00. I'll be live tonight. And then after that, I don't know. All right. So I'll just give everybody a little bit of time to catch up. So let me share my screen. A lot of entries today for this tight-knit family. This kind of inefficiency is what causes mistrials, you think, Yala? I'm just so curious. What do you think of Dr. Jeff McDonald and the hippie conspiracy? I think he's guilty as hell. I've done episodes on him. And that was a big innocence fraud campaign for years and years and years. There's never been any signs that it was anyone else. It's totally his, he left the evidence there, no one else. And I think that the woman, now I can't remember her name, who's really troubled, took credit for it. Once she got under oath, her story changed a lot. Yeah. Have you read, I don't know. And I think Joe McGinnis's book was brilliant. It's really, really, really in depth. We haven't seen a true crime book like that in a long time. Helena Stokely, thank you. I think she was really troubled. And there's, it's almost like rumors, I saw her in the hat. I saw her in the blah, blah, blah. I saw her in the... her story makes no sense, that they went to teach him a lesson because he wouldn't give drug users, methadone, but they didn't take any drugs from his whole closet full of drugs. It just doesn't make any sense. It looks like he's going to die in prison. Yeah. Looks like he's going to die in prison. I know I disagree. With other people who want to push this kind of satanic panic. I'm not even going to call it panic, satanic narrative. I just don't think there's any sign of it. It was raining. They were supposed to be traipsing through supposed to be a fight in the Valentine's Day cards are still upright. There's lots of, the way I got into that case, I read A Wilderness of Error, Earl Morris's book, before I read Joe McGinnis's book. So I was like the perfect. And as I'm reading Errol Morris's book, I'm like, a lot of stuff he just made up in that book. He admits it. He's like, the pajama top, you can fold it any way and it'll come out. The pattern will match. No, it won't. He's like, oh, yeah, I thought that might be the case. He really wanted to make a documentary on it. And it's his, and he never says that it's his great friend, Silverblatt, who was Jeffrey McDonald's lawyer for a long time, also a lawyer for Scientology. Earl Morris never talks about that. That he couldn't get the money to make a Innocence Fraud documentary. And it makes me, after I read that book and found out all the shenanigans he did in that book, just made stuff up, whole cloth. Now I'm really skeptical about the thin blue line. I think that's probably nonsense too. I don't know what the real story is there. I haven't been able to get the transcripts, but I don't trust his narration. He's an unreliable narrator. Really? I know. I've been hearing about it, Debbie Martin. It sounds just like Nexium. The Diddy trial. Sounds just like Nexium and Larry Ray and all these sadistic, deeply dark and troubled men that like to control women for a feeling of, to increase their power. Okay, let's get going with this. All right. Last chance. Anybody who wants to enter? Right, hashtag Patreon in the chat. Oh, wait. All right, here we go. Bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum, ba, bum, bum. Dark Side of the Moon. You're the winner. Get in touch with me. Okay. Roberta Glass 23 at Gmail. Thanks so much, guys. Congrats. I'll see you tonight at 6:00. Okay. Have a great rest of the day. Everybody, see you at 6 tonight.
I hit my boyfriend with my